Hi, hello. I did not remember to open the camera, but I am here. I have been summoned. Someone has all capped my name in chat. And, hi, hello, hi. We're back for another stream. It's been a long day today. I am feeling a little bit low energy, but we're here. We're at Minecraft. Ooh, they're 3 of 20. That's gonna be what? Oh, I guess I can hover this. I never noticed that I could hover this, and it just tells me. Yeah. Hi, Ox. Hi, Vex. How are you doing today? We are... Oh, that is what's happened there. I forgot about that. Thank you. That explains where the menu music went. I wonder how long that would have taken me to figure out on my own. More than this moment, that's for sure. Yeah, how are you all doing, though? I do see that we were doing the ban any percent speed run today. It's pretty funny. We're currently patching up a hole in the base. Which does happen every so often. We have to patch holes. I mean, it would not ruin my day if you purchase a ranked game. Though I do think I am going to add the same redeem we did in Acorn's channel, Vex. I think I'm going to add the tier list redeem, because I just really like that one. My tier list redeem will be you get to pick the tier list if you redeem it. And it'll probably be cheaper. I think Acorn's got to make it a little more expensive because of just how many people there are there. Oh, where did I lose the entrance to that hole? Oh, that way. I got turned around. I am tired, like I said. Tier list, the Eve of Winter moderators. But yeah, no, Ox, my whole base is a hole. Unfortunately, you have just told me that, so I'm glad I know now. I asked you, Vex, if you wanted to be a mod. You did not say yes, so unfortunately, you cannot be on the moderator tier list. But if you do actually want it, I would be willing to make you the Human Z. Because I do think that that is incredibly funny. Oof. But yeah, mods the Minecraft to have menu music. Be fun. I'm a little curious what that might be. What is the vision of menu music? Being a mod implies a level of responsibility that I do not want to have in this community. I shall continue being weird. Nope, that's the wrong rock. Wee. And I shall continue to delete your messages that aren't breaking any rules, but which I must express disapproval of. Oh, that's a good one, Vex. I'm curious to see how long this one lasts. Happy Christmas, Adam, to all men's rights activists. I guess it wasn't as funny to delete that one, Vex, as much as it was to make it look like you're an MRA. I wish all men's rights activists a very 70 cents per dollar. Yep. The wage gap is real. Does indeed suck to women in the workplace. In only this context, though, in the pay department. Hey, what's up, Mig? It's good to see you. How are you doing? I'm here. I am streaming. We're filling in a hole in the base. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. I'm tired. So we're doing really mindless block placement today while we ponder the orb on doing our own tier lists. If anyone has a good tier list that they'd like to see me do for ranking food items, I will 100% do a food tier list right now. No redeem. I'm gonna make a tier list of Acorn Bandit viewers and make her do it. It'd be pretty good. But yeah, enjoying my last few days before school starts back up. Gotcha. When does school start back up for you? I assume you've been on just like the Christmas break type deal. The 12th. Gotcha. Well, at least you still have a good couple of days then. That's nice. Tier list. Orbs. Rank by how conductive they are to pondering. A fast food tier list would be fun, Vex. But yeah. Vex says, I also go back on the 12th. There have been 2 shots fired warnings at my college in the last 2 weeks, though, so I'm slightly concerned. Yeah, that is slightly concerning. I think there's no other way to word that. I really do hope things are not. Oh, I do see that. Sorry, Ox. Conducive. Like I said, I'm tired. If you do make a tier list of orbs, that would be excellent. I would ponder the orb pondering. Yeah, had some scheduling crap for the semester, but I walked away with Tuesday and Thursday off, so I'll take it. Yeah, glad you like, I mean, it always sucks to have scheduling garbage. As Ox just said, we love the college class scheduling game. We love it. We don't, but we pretend that we do. We love the thing that happens where sometimes you're like, I need this one class, but I can't take it, and it's only offered in the fall semester, and so now I just have to like vibe until next fall semester when it comes back. That's awesome. We love when that happens. Thanks, college. All right, we have a tier list. Let me get out of this particular hole here. Torch down. Not that I think the mob switch is on, so it doesn't matter. Take a look at this tier list. This will be fun. All right, we're getting distracted fast today because, again, it just seems like a fun thing to do. But yeah, I'm taking 4 classes in some way, somehow. I didn't schedule one of them, and me nor my academic advisor noticed, so I had to reschedule it for Monday and Wednesday instead. So how long are you at school on Monday and Wednesday then? Like, if your whole schedule is, it sounds like your whole schedule is stacked Monday, Wednesday. I suppose you could have a Friday class. But yeah, I am very excited though, Ox, if you do make make some kind of orb tier list. All right, so we have a tier list. I'm curious so I will keep never had, because there's going to be like, this list is long. I've not been to all the, I don't even recognize like whatever this is. I don't know what that is. I assume these are some degree of national, but like, I know we don't have a Zaxby's. I've heard Zaxby's. So we have never had. We have the best. I don't think I do think it'll be fun to make categories, but I don't have the creative brain power right now. So we got a split McDonald's. Yeah, McDonald's is a weird one. Because the McDonald's zone is strange and mysterious. Can I make a new? Some of these I know will allow you to make a new. Okay, cool. Like, I can't. Let's see. We can make a new one. Can I change its color? Whoops. All right. Anyway, the McDonald's zone is that it's like a Schrodinger's cat situation. Sometimes the McDonald's is the best McDonald's you've ever had, and it's great. And sometimes it's like the worst food you've ever had, and you really never know. So McDonald's like easily fluctuates in its tiers. It's never the best, but it just is all over the place. Then yeah, so Mig says all day Mondays, most of the day Wednesday, and around a little on Friday. Otherwise, I'm at home. That's fun though. Do you live pretty close to your college, or is it a bit of a drive for you? All right, and then Vex, let's catch up. I actually had some Jersey Mikes for the first time recently. It was good. I've not heard of a lot of these actually. Like, what the fuck is a blimpie? We are ranking it on how much I like the food. So I'm not going to consider price. We're going to rank it just on how much I like it. If it had price, that would change, I think, a lot of things about it. A lot of things would demote lower, so I don't think a lot of them are worth the price. And then Ox, I grew up with Sonic in the Midwest. Here it's like Walmart, I guess, where it's banned from LA, parts of LA, and only exists out east. Yeah, there's a Sonic's right near my house. I've never gone, but it's there. And then yeah, just over an hour away. It's a few times over. Gotcha. I guess then it's better to be there like only on a couple days. I did probably call it Sonic's. I didn't think too hard about it. And hey, how are you doing, Cat Dad? Ugh. Good to see you. I forget what day we rated you, but welcome in, welcome in. We're about to rank fast food on this tier list. I guess I should switch this to just chatting because we are no longer playing Minecraft. Let's go category. And this is going to take a little while. We've been derailed. We are no longer Minecraft. We are now just chatting. Yeah, I want to say maybe it was like last Friday. But yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate you coming by. Do you have a favorite? Do you eat at any fast food restaurants? Do you have a favorite fast food restaurant? I'm sure I'm about to alienate somebody by putting something they really like somewhere very badly. And then Mig, yeah, it's more convenient to live on the campus, but driving is so much cheaper. Yeah, I hear you on that one. Oh, my guilty pleasure is Taco Bell. I got bad news. I'm not gonna rank Taco Bell very well. And then the Nox says, I don't understand the tendency to change business names to possessive forms. I do it with other businesses like Aldi's, for example, but never heard anyone do it with Sonic. Gotcha. Yeah. And hey, Vin, how are you doing? I'm asking everybody now, do you have a favorite fast food place, Vin? I'm about to rank all these. Well, at least the things I know. We're going to stick some in the never had, some in the Twilight Zone, that is the McDonald's zone. And yeah, the problem for me is truly that I live in the greater Los Angeles area, and so if I want tacos, I am going to a good taco place, and they're like all over the place. I can just like go down the corner to like the taco guy set up on the street and be like, I'm happy with these tacos I've gotten. So that's why I generally don't interact with Taco Bell or Del Taco. I got bad news, Finn. Same thing. I'm not going to rank Del Taco particularly well. But okay, we're gonna start on this list. What is this? Is this not just a root beer brand? Is there an actual A&W? Is this real, chat? Like, where is this? Does anybody know where this is? What am I looking at? Okay, Del Taco is Taco Bell, yet somehow better and worse at the same time. Does that depend on the item that you get? I do see this message, Mig. My bike also got stolen when I lived on campus, so yeah, I'm staying home this year. Damn, that sucks, though. I hate it when that happens. Did you, like, have it chained up during class or something, and it got stolen? How do I feel about HP Taco? I don't even know what that is, Ox. A&W is an actual restaurant. It's valid. Best tacos come from the random taco trucks on the corner. Yeah, there are always random taco trucks. They're everywhere. Some of the best tacos I ever had were from taco trucks. Yeah, Bex, I've never had Arby's. Yes, A&W is a real restaurant. Lots of yes, A&W is an actual restaurant. A&W is a real restaurant. A&W started as a restaurant and got famous for their root beer. Okay. There used to be an A&W in my town. They had decent food. Main draw was the root beer floats. Okay. Well, I've only ever heard of the root beer. I've seen it in the market. That's it. Someone cut the lock during the night. I went to the UPD and drove around with them for an hour, but we never found it. Never heard anything from the UPD after. That really sucks. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope driving isn't too bad then. Cat Dad, A&W's is very mid/bad. It's just a burger restaurant. HP Taco was a joke about Del Taco. I gotcha. You're not missing out on much on the Arby's, not gonna lie. I was just surprised. Yeah, I actually don't even know where there's an Arby's around here. I'm aware of Arby's. And Arby's valid, it's not that great. Yeah, I'm not a big like meat sandwich person. That will probably become like clear in this listing. But like Blimpie, never had that. What does that even say? A Blimpie America sub shop? Has anyone seen a Blimpie? Do we know where that is? And then the drive is fine, same road, and only 2 places the speed limit changes a lot. Gotcha. Never had Baja Fresh myself. It's not in the Midwest. Yeah, it's not very good. They're actually like all closing over here because you just have way... Again, like I said, I live in the greater LA area. We have so much good Mexican food here. The Baja Fresh cannot compete. They've been closing year after year. I know of like 1 or 2 that's left. Stan, the half-pound beef and cheddar. Five Guys is good, but way overpriced. Superb fries. Okay, and then, yeah, Cat Dad, also never heard of Blimpie. And Ox is going to DM you to avoid doxing, but it's very funny. Arby's is afraid of my house or something. I'm very excited. All right, Bojangles. I know of Bojangles. I've never had a Bojangles. I believe they are only on the East Coast. I don't know what a Boston Market is. I don't know if it's in Boston. It does say rotisserie kitchen, so I'm assuming it's rotisserie chicken. Burger King exists. Bojangles is actually coming to LA soon. Very exciting. X says Bojangles is definitely a McDonald's zone. Bojangles will either serve you the best fast food of your life or actual trash. Okay. That's fun. I mean, it's funny. It's not really fun when you want good food. Ben said, Fuddruckers is really good. I've also never been to Fuddruckers. I'm assuming it's on the list here somewhere. And I'm going to spoil that. I've never been. Boston Market is meh. You can find a lot of their food in supermarkets. Okay. Yeah, and the same thing for me, Big. I haven't heard of a lot of places on this list. Jollibee does slap. It's like playing League of Legends. 50% of your games are suffering, 40% are just meh, and 10% are peak. All right, so we got Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's is pretty good. I'm torn because like it's good chicken. I'm gonna put it here because it's just not my favorite. I want to rapid fire the Carl's Jr.'s into the trash can. Jollibee. I've heard many good things about a Jollibee. There are also around here. I gotta lean in to read this one. Checkers Crazy Good Food. Cane's is the poster child for pick a thing and do the thing better than anyone else. Yeah, Raising Cane's is all right. It was best when I had it in Louisiana, but not so great when it's not there. Gotcha. Raising Cane's is good because it's one of the only fast food places that serves chicken that actually tastes like chicken. And Vin says, poster child for picking something and doing it better. And by that, I mean cane sauce, not the chicken. Checkers is Rallies, if I remember right. Interesting. Well, I don't really know what that is either. Chick-fil-A is a weird one, because Chick-fil-A would exist in the B zone if they weren't incredibly homophobic and going to the trash can. Food-wise, pretty good food, actually. But okay, it's Rallies by me. It's fuck all awful. Gotcha. I would tier your homemade Chick-fil-A as incredibly good, much better than actual Chick-fil-A. I'm gonna put Chipotle pretty high. I enjoy Chipotle. We have Church's Chicken around here, but I've never been. Cookout, I don't even think I've ever heard of Cookout. Yeah, I agree, Vin. Why homophobe chicken tastes so good? Culver's, I know of. I've never been. I've heard the Butter Burger is very good. Del Taco. Where am I sticking the Del Taco? I guess it's going here. Yeah, Carl's Jr., I am aware that they are Hardee's in the Midwest. It's not saving them from the trash can. But Denny's... I'll put Denny's pretty high, honestly. Mostly because Denny's never fails me by simply always being open. Like at all times. Sometimes you're like, it's 2 a.m., I'm with my friends and we need some food, and Denny's is, in fact, still open. Crazy how that works. Got Village Inn on there? I don't know. I mean, I assume it'd be somewhere down here. I don't see it, though. Yeah, Chick-fil-A is pretty good. Just sucks that they're homophobic. I agree, Cat Dad. I agree. Denny's I do love, though. Domino's. First of the pizza places. Domino's, I'm going to put it in the Raising Cane's tier. I like Domino's. It's perfectly fine. Dairy Queen, never been. Pollo Loco's pretty good. Do like. Yeah, Culver's is pretty good. It's a Midwest place. Yeah. So I've heard a lot about it. But there are none of them over here. I don't even think there are any close. I have made my own list, but now I realize how many fast food restaurants are near me that I've never had. Okay, Vex. I'll check yours out after. Dairy Queen is big here. It's great. All right, really, Vin. Never had Del Taco. They're not around here. Yeah, there's a bunch of these that I think are just not around here. I will now have to ask tomorrow or no, I guess I'll have to ask on Monday at Acorn's chat if anyone knows what a Blimpies is. Blimpie is my new. This is my white whale. I need to find somebody who knows where a Blimpie is. And then, oh, Eve, which is worse, Taco Bell or that one Mexican place we went to? I think that Taco Bell is worse Mexican food than that place we went to. I think I would rather go eat Taco Bell because I'm not getting Mexican food. I think that's what's going to happen there. We got Firehouse. I actually really like Firehouse. I think Firehouse is my favorite of the sub places. Yeah, that's the thing. Taco Bell isn't Mexican food, so I would rather go to a Taco Bell, even if I'm like I know it's not Mexican food. And so I'd rather eat like weird not Mexican food than bad Mexican food, to be perfectly fair. DQ is also Midwest, and it's very mid. Blizzards are nice though. Gotcha. Never heard of Pollo Loco either, and Domino's is mid, but it's better than Papa John's, but still mid. Firehouse is pretty good. Yeah, I agree. Firehouse is pretty good. Never been to a Firehouse. I want to go, but I haven't found a good excuse to do it yet. Well, I do think it's better than Jersey Mike's, Vex, so... this might be an interesting one. Five Guys. Never had that. IHOP. Oh. I gotta create a new category for IHOP. Whoops. That absorbed all the things in it. Let us adjust this color back to a green. And it was never had. Then we add a row above. And in our new row, we make it this color. And we do that. And then we slap IHOP. Oh, I guess we can't make it black, because you can't even see it. Oh, I'm good at this. I've clicked yet again on the wrong one. We've made that green. Click on this one. We make it gray. All right, anyway. I actually like IHOP. I hate Cat Dad. I hate IHOP. Yeah. I'm contractually obligated not to go to IHOP. Five Guys is good, but crazy expensive. Maybe one day I'll try it. I've heard it's crazy expensive though. The only two sub places I've been to are Jersey Mike's and Subway's, and Jersey Mike's Blue Subway completely out of the water. I buy that. I definitely buy that. And you Ox, you said that you like IHOP. I'm sure IHOP is actually fine. I'm sure it's entirely fine. I actually have a gift card to Panera Bread that I need to use and never been there either. Oh, okay. Panera is my version of the... It's relatively good. It's just incredibly expensive for what it is. Cat Dad, Five Guys is good, but it's fuck all expensive, so I refuse to eat there now. Yeah, I get it. I absolutely get it. Ox, I forgot about the time I went to IHOP in Ohio and betrayed our friendships. Yep, that's pretty high on the list of top 10 anime betrayals. Go to IHOP in Ohio. It's been a long time since I've been to an IHOP, but I liked it when I was last there. As in, I had a burger there while they were doing their IHOP thing. IHOP is trash food, overpriced, and dirty, dirty, dirty. Interesting. Panera is hippie Five Guys. I agree with that statement, actually. So when I come to LA, I'll bring Eve some IHOP. Interesting choice. All right, we got In-N-Out. I'm from Southern California, so I gotta rank In-N-Out pretty high. I will reorder these probably once we do enough of things into them. I'll figure out where exactly I want to put them. Jack in the Box, pretty all right. It's definitely... I guess we'll do a little bit of reordering. Might as well do it right now while we don't have a lot of things in these. Probably that order. That's correct. All right, cool. Okay, fun fact, in St. Louis, Panera is called St. Louis Bread Co., but they didn't think anybody outside of St. Louis cared about St. Louis, so everywhere else it's Panera? Really? That's funny. That's so interesting. I've had In-N-Out in Texas, and it was all right. I wasn't like impressed, but it was good all the same. Yeah, kind of agree. It's good. It's just good fast food. People who try to argue that it's like the best burger ever are Delulu, in my opinion. It's just good. We had a Jack in the Box. I never got to have it before they shut down. Interesting. And yeah, Vex, we do have IHOP here in LA. Waffle House S tier for the vibes. Waffle House S tier for the vibes alone. Waffle House is S tier. It's the best place on this list. And then Ox, I don't like In-N-Out at all. Burgers are super dry, and the fries are not as good as other fries. I understand that take. I don't agree, but I understand. And then Vex, I rank Waffle House low, but it's been a really long time since I've been to one, so I'm probably just Delulu. Gotcha. Jersey Mike's. Where do I think? I think Jersey Mike's is here. Jimmy John's, I've never had. I tried to go to a Jimmy John's once, and I think it was closed. Jollibee, I want to try, but I've never had. Ooh, Mr. Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's somewhere between here. Kentucky Fried this chicken. Because, yeah, it's gotta go there. I'm from the Midwest, and Waffle House is just the best. Gotcha. Also, In-N-Out is where we got taken hostage by a Christian lady who would only move her car out of the exit if we promised to go to her church service. Yeah, that's quite impressive. Jimmy John's is okay. It's all right sandwiches. Really don't like KFC. I should have put it in F, but I put it in D. KFC is very much location dependent. KFC is good on rare occasions for me. I have to really want it. And Vin is right, very location dependent. That is indeed kidnapping, though. The In-N-Out story. You said, Ox, that she like wouldn't move her car out of the exit of the drive-thru, right? That's what it was? All right, here. This might be my hottest take. My wife would say Jollibee would be S tier. To be fair, my wife is Filipino. I would really like to go try it sometime. Real shame that I have not managed to. But they are all over the place over here. I even know where there's a big Jollibee, like, corporate headquarter building. And then, yeah, gotcha, Ox. Yeah. Your hottest and readiest take. Yep, Little Caesars is my hot take. It is my favorite fast food restaurant thing. Long John Silver's aware of the McDonald's zone. Moe's Southwest Grill. Yeah, Little Caesars is just, it sure is pizza. It's aggressively the same pizza every time you get it. It ages eternally. Like, you leave it on the counter for like 3 days. It's like exactly like when you got it. Quite impressive feat of food engineering. It's hot. It's ready. But I agree with Vin here. I'll admit, Little Caesars isn't the best pizza, but it's cheap as fuck. Yep. The fact that I could get 2 Little Caesars pizzas for the price of 1 meal at McDonald's now is insane. Actually insane. That's what the reality we live in now. So, like, Little Caesars, frankly, the most justifiable thing to eat on this list, because you're like, cool, I got garbage, but I paid for what I got, and I enjoyed the thing. Eve, I really want to know what you'd have thought of Pizza Shuttle back in Kansas. I'm sorry that I'll never get to try Pizza Shuttle. As Vex said, truly, who wants fast food fish? It does sound cursed. Godsend when you're broke at the end of the pay period. Yep. If you want fish, we have a local guy with a truck. It's pretty good. But yeah, sometimes you're just like, I go on Saturdays to play the card game at my local card game shop, and sometimes I need like 6 Little Caesars pizzas to feed like 15 people in a card shop who are all just hanging out. And so it's somehow incredible how affordable it is despite feeding so many people. So I had to lean in for Moe's Southwest Grill. I've never even heard of that. Noodle Company, never heard of that. Panda Express. I do not like Panda Express. It's going there. Panera Bread, or as we've learned, the St. Louis Bread Company? All right, Joe. Hi, how are you doing, Joe? I despise Moe's enough to come out of Lurk to talk shit about it. What is a Moe's? Where is this? What is this? What? Where? Why? I think I remember Moe's before. Can't remember if it was good or not. All right. Half of the food at Panda Express is cold. Understandable. Have a nice day. Panda Express is all right, and Noodles and Company is fucking awesome. Okay, interesting. Noodles and Company is kind of is good. It's just kind of expensive. All right. Well, cool that you've heard of it though. But yeah, Panera. Panera is like, Panera's pretty good. My thing with Panera is I would never buy Panera. It's too expensive, but my cousin comes over every weekend or every other weekend on Sunday to like just visit my grandma who I live with, and they just bring Panera, and so it's good. I would never buy it, but like I'm not mad about having it. So it's somewhere here. I think it's gonna go here, honestly. Subway is trash. Panera is overpriced hospital food. Okay, I guess. Panera killed my favorite coffee shop on the planet, not by having good coffee, but by taking up all the parking so we have beef. F tier. Okay. Yeah, and I agree with, Vex is asking the real questions. Is it smooth beef though? They bring 2 Paneras for your grandma and 0 Paneras for you. Yeah. If I don't eat my Panera, my grandma will eat the Panera. It's quite funny. Papa John's. Papa the John's. I don't like Papa John's. This is a conversation I've had with Ox before about how Papa John's pizza sauce is really sweet over here in Southern California, and it's weird. I don't like it. No, me and Panera have rough beef. Rough beef is oddly sexual. All right, I'm glad we're seeing consensus, though, that Papa John's is F tier. Papa John's is F tier. Perhaps this F from Joe is also for Papa John's. It's okay. You can rate California Papa John's bad. Their crust is disgusting, and the crust is the best part of pizza. I agree with Vex on this take. Their crust, the pizza crust is the best part of pizza. And here comes Vin. I'm sorry, Vin. I like Papa John's. Is where you live in, is Papa John's tomato sauce sweet? That's my question for you. It's really sweet over here in California. I don't understand. I still blame John for the pandemic. It's pretty good. And then Ox says, I like Papa John's outside of California. I'm very curious. One day when I'm outside of California, I'll have to try it. Papa John's pizza sauce tastes like jarred sauce, not even jarred pizza sauce. Okay, and see, I agree with Joe. Papa John's sauce is sweet. It's so sweet compared to other places. And Ox, to be fair, I use jarred sauce on my pizza. My pizza's incredible. I can back this up. Ox's pizza is indeed incredible. I'm curious, then, though, if it is a Cali problem. No, he said we would rue the day, and like months later, bam, the world is ending. We do hate the John of Papa John's. Dex says, I've never considered their sauce to be sweet, but I don't find it very good either. Papa John's makes me sick. No, I mean, Papa John's pizza sauce takes like ambiguous, general use jarred thing. Like I'd say red foo sauce on the label. Gotcha. PDQ? Is that what this is? PDQ. I've never even heard of that. Absolutely never heard of that one. Penn Station East Coast subs. Well, I don't live on the East Coast. Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut. Interesting. I'm going to put Pizza Hut at the bottom of B. Popeyes. I've never had Popeyes. Yeah. ADK. It's like Yahoo chocolate drink. FAO. Yeah, IDK, PDQ, never heard of that. Actually, it may even be chocolate flavored drink. We also have Church's Chicken, but I never had. Yeah, I know where there is a Church's Chicken. I've just never been there. Papa John's uses tomato flavored sauce. Then Papa John's probably puts processed cheese food on top. Yeah, the processed cheese food. Penn Station is pretty good. Greasy as hell sandwiches, but pretty good. Little Caesars does out Pizza Hut on my list. Ox. Purple flavor. Yes, Pizza Hut is probably the best of the pizzas on this list. Dex, I hate Pizza Hut. Popeyes is overrated. I've heard a lot about Popeyes. I've just never been to one. I've heard of this, Portillo's. My brain wants to read it as Portillo's, but I know that that's not correct when it says hot dogs, beef, burgers, and salads. Yeah, that was deranged, Docs. God, remember when Popeyes launched their sandwich and people waited hours to get it? Insane take. Potbellies, never heard of it. Qdoba is like a Chipotle, to my understanding. There are some around. I've never been to one. Quiznos, they're just gone around here. Yeah, do you know, Cat Dad, if I'm supposed to pronounce it the double L in the Spanish Y? Or is it's just Portillo's, right? It's not Portillos, which is, again, what my brain wants to do every time I see that. And I'm like, that's not correct, though. Context matters. Are the Quiznos just completely gone, Vin? I actually don't know. They could be. Potbelly is also a sandwich shop? Interesting. I've heard of Potbelly, but no idea where one is. Qdoba and Chipotle are about the same for me. And Joe says Quiznos is still around, unfortunately. This is another one I'm going to have to lean into read. What does this say? Roy Rogers, since 1968, celebrating 50 years. Don't know what that is. Sparrow. I actually like Sparrow. I don't think it's good, but I actually like it. Sparrow is like peak mall food. It is the best of the places in the mall fast food court. Go down, Canes. Yeah, exactly, Vin. The only place I've ever seen a Sparrow is in the mall food court. That's the only place I've ever seen it. It's what it is. It's mall pizza. I don't think there is a Sparrow, actual Sparrow building. I don't think that's real. Cat Dad Keto Bunch Builder, the same as me. Quiznos is still around, unfortunately. I don't think I've ever had Quiznos. They filed for bankruptcy, but the chains never die. They just get bought by private equity and thrown into the financial abuse dungeon. Well, couldn't have happened to a better Quiznos. And okay, Portillo's. Said it the first time, never heard of Sparrow. I got horrific food poisoning from a slice of Sparrow I bought while listening to the employees talk about how good the show Lost was. Interesting. And did this affect your opinion of Sparrows or Lost more? In Kansas, there's a gas station convenience store with Sparrow inside. All right. Schlotsky's. I feel like I've heard of Schlotsky's. Never had. Shake Shack. I've never had. Let's just speed run a few things here. Shake Shack, never had. This says sheets, and I, even leaning in, cannot read the small text. No, I can. Fresh food made to order. Never heard of that. Skyline. Yo, this is Skyline Chili? Are they a whole chili-based fast food restaurant? That's crazy. Bunch of places we've never heard of here. Never heard of that place. Schlotsky's sounds like an old-timey slur. Kind of does. Kind of does, man. Cat Dad never had Shake Shack. And the thing is, the Midwest has some really nice gas station convenience stores. Oh, that's cool. Where you lived, Ox, did you have the Buc-ee's, the squirrel one, or whatever it is? Never heard of Sheets. Really just made me angry that being turned into Sparrow Vomit Cannon for 2 days has burned the memory of Lost existing into my brain like that. Got it. Skyline Chili. Sheets is a gas station that serves food. It's okay, very greasy. Cat Dad, it's aggressively mid. Skyline Chili is Midwest, very big in Ohio. Interesting. Shake Shack is very good. I've heard it's good, Joe. I've just never gotten a chance to try it. And the Buc-ee's are in Texas. Got it. Related to the gas station convenience stores, we really do. It's one of the few things the Midwest gets right. We have Quick Trip and Love's. Interesting. Actually, Skyline Chili is out of Cincinnati, still Ohio, but that's the actual Skyline. Five Guys meme. We'll click it. What a name. This is pretty cursed. Pretty cursed. Hilarious. Ben, hear me out. Sonic is Blurs. Cat Dad. Sonic. I know I've had Sonic. I should have had a category for I don't remember this place. I know I've had it. I don't remember hating it. So it's gonna go in the D tier. Loves I like because there was one halfway between my house and my grandparents' house, and so my dad would take me to the Loves to meet up with the grandparents, and they'd take me to spend a few days with them. That's fun. It's really cool. Would you get anything at the Loves? Or would you just meet there? What if they all brought Panera? The Gandalf category. Sonic best milkshakes. I will fight people. All right, interesting. Sonic is good, but a little pricey. Can't remember having Sonic, but I'm sure it was fine. I don't have a negative memory. That's kind of where I'm at, Catad. I've been to Sonic. I don't remember Sonic. I assume it was fine. I have no negative memory. I liked Sonic, but one day I got a grilled cheese with a piece of burnt who knows what, and I barely ever eat there anymore. Oh, it's cursed, Mig. Mig, were you there for the horrible chicken sandwich story from Vintage on Acorn Stream? Were you there for that? Yeah. Incredibly cursed. I will not repeat that story, but bad times. Getting horrible thing in your food. Terrible time. They have good Moz sticks, and the marinara that they give you is surprisingly good for plastic sauce up marinara. Gotcha. I'm sad that Waffle House doesn't do franchising. I would open one in Japan. It'd be pretty good. Yeah, it was in the cheese. Oh, that's just not good. And yeah, I don't know how. I don't want to ask questions about that, Mig. Oh, EU. I see Wings ETC. Also fucking hate Wings. I'm EDC, etc. Their wings suck ass and they make me sick. Interesting. Steak and Shake. I've heard of it. Never been there. Subway exists. I have to rank Subway, I guess. I'm gonna put it at the top of F. This is Swenson's? Oh, that really is too small for me to read at the top. Swenson's Drive-In. etc. Unfollows. Steak and Shake. S tier shit right there. Interesting. I've never heard of this, though. Whatever a Swenson is. I'm sorry, Ox, that I do so many things that you have to unfollow me for. Taco Bell. Taco Bell sure exists. You can take out Subway. Let's say Taco Cabana. I do appreciate that Taco Cabana has the only pink logo. Love that. There is so much red. Curious what marketing research that's about. Okay. Rather eat actual trash than Subway. Subway is not nearly good enough for how expensive it is. Probably agree with those takes. Tragic that Steak and Shake is dying, though. It was the best trash smash burger place to make you want to go and shit your pants at the same time. Interesting. F tier Shirley. Lol, I actually enjoy Subway and Taco Bell. Red and yellow apparently makes you hungry. That's what this list would have me believe. Red catches your eye more. I guess I'd also believe that. Yeah, Steak and Shake is like the first time you experience high-speed internet shitting your pants. I see. How interesting. Torchy's tacos. Comical. I've actually had Torchy's. I'd actually rank Torchy's pretty high. That's going to be like the weird take that's going to really mess up your guess of where I live. Because I don't think there's a Torchy's anywhere near me. I went Waffle House. Never had. Wawa. Never had. I've never even heard of whatever Wawa is. Yeah. Red hot or red equals hot. Hot food greater than cold food. Believable, Vin. Believable. I would definitely try a place called Torchy's Tacos. Yeah, I mean, if you find a Torchy's Tacos, Vex, I would highly recommend it. It's incredibly good. I went with my cousin after his wedding in Texas. It's very good. Had a great time. Steak and Shake is great. I will defend it because it will always make me want to have it, but it never fails to make me feel like shit afterwards. It's great and awful at the same time. Nice, nice. Are we really saying that Little Caesars in a league of its own here? Probably. I think I take this category the best as literally meaning one thing can exist in here. Just because of the way this is worded. There can only be one the best. Real IDK, the Denny's ranking is already throwing me off. And since there's no Denny's that's good on the planet I'm on. Understandable, Joe, understandable. Isn't Wawa LA specific? I don't even know what Wawa is. Maybe. Denny's earned that rank by being by always being open. Wawa is east. Okay. I've had Torchy's before. Good tacos, actually. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no clue what a Wawa is. 10 to 10, cheap, hot, can feed a whole mob of hungry nerds at the LAN party. I agree with Finn here. This exact, not dating myself, bringing up LAN parties. Me either. Hello, fellow olds. We're going to take a quick break. Well, I'm going to read the rest of these chats right here, but then we're going to take a really quick break. I guess there weren't many of them down there when I lived in that general area, but there are a lot in Virginia. Okay. Yeah, no, I thought it was a West Coast, but I remember, because I remember an LA friend asking me about it. Google says there are some somewhat close to me. Wawa is actually nuts. I guess, really quick, before I take a break, what kind of food is Wawa serving? What is that? I could look it up, or I could ask you guys. It seems to have a bird on it. The bird doesn't really tell me what kind of food. Their breakfast sandwiches are actually the best fast food I've ever had. Full stop. Ooh, interesting. But yeah, like, this bird tells me nothing about the theme of this restaurant. What was actually nuts? It is. Runs away as fast as possible. Yes, it does, Eve. They serve bird food. How very exciting. Bird food. Joe was literally a duck all along. He is a duck. Damn, you're right. 5-head conspiracy theory right there. Wow, it's a gas station, typical gas station fare, but the breakfast sandwiches are punching so far above their weight, it's crazy. Okay, gotcha. All right, but like I said, we're going to take a really quick break before we wrap up this list. And then go over our overall thoughts here, but I will be right back. Hope you guys get some water, get some snacks, debate the list amongst yourselves. I shall return briefly. Oh, I'm back. I've left Minecraft open this entire time, but I have returned. Ooh. Yeah, and I did catch that box. I decided to drink some water on my way out the door, and I was like, oh, the thingy's still going. I now have a bowl of raspberries. So, very fun for me. I would share raspberries with you all, but clearly we do a berry tier list next. But yeah. Joe's Liverthal duck all along for people who eat like a bird. Wawa was very disappointing to me, to be honest. Interesting. Wall Chicken isn't a terrible name for a restaurant, I guess. Yeah, be funny. Wall Chicken will be my chain in Minecraft docs. I'll design a wall chicken and then I'll just build it on all the servers I'm on. Some of their other stuff is fine, above average in some cases, but the real good stuff is all their breakfast items. I wouldn't go out of my way to buy anything else to eat there, but I would go there every day for breakfast sandwiches. Nice. Raspberry reveal, let's go. Strawberry S tier, no other berry gets above B. Oh, interesting. Very hot takes there, Vex. Very hot. Waffle House S tier. Halle Berry S tier. Co-signing on the Waffle House S tier. You can email the berries by shoving them into the USB-C port. Ah, interesting. The berry transfer technology. Ooh, the place to open a wall chicken would be in Wall SD, I assume South Dakota. Which I assume is a place you stopped on that cross-country trip. Wendy's. We're back on the list. Wendy's. Wendy's is fine. Wendy's is definitely like in this zone. It's probably there. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's where I got the bracelet for you. Thank you. That's cool. Very fun. Was it a very big town? Wendy's nuts. Well, it is the highest of the non-In-N-Outs for me, so... So Wendy's is probably my fast food, my favorite fast food burger place. According to Cat Dad, got it. But I love it, but I like it the most. Open up a wall chicken on Wall Street, obviously. Obviously, makes sense. Whataburger. Whataburger. White Castle. Never had a White Castle. Don't know where that is. I'm sorry, Mig. I know exactly why this has happened here. I've had Whataburger once, and I had it in the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, and it was terrible. Yeah, that was the point there, Vex. Wait, you said Whataburger like you're excited for this one, and then you popped it right into LMFAO. LMFAO, yep. Cat Tag says, never had Whataburger, not around here. Fuck all White Castles, interesting. Yeah, Whataburger is my favorite restaurant. Love their grilled cheese. I'll have to try the next time I go to Texas, which won't be soon, given their lovely treatment of trans people at the moment. I will not be going to Texas. But I'll have to try a not Dallas-Fort Worth International Whataburger. It was not good. They both they didn't even give me good food, but also they messed up my order and didn't even give me the right food. And I was like, what a trash time we're having. Wall, South Dakota. It's a tiny town, but it's the home of Wall Drug, a big store with a cafe that seats over 500. It's a major stop on I-90 that advertises on billboards for hundreds of miles. Interesting. Yeah, White Castle is where you go when you're extremely depressed and they ask you if you want extra pickles or not with your sad burger. Like, you have to hate yourself to go to White Castle. Interesting. The only proof I've seen that White Castle is real are the really shitty looking sliders in the freezer section at my supermarket. Other than that, you can't convince me that White Castle is real. But yeah, Mig, I've been in that airport once and it was a lot. Yeah, fair. Okay. To be fair, airport restaurants are nearly always significantly worse versions of their chain. Yeah, I understand and I probably agree with that. White Castle screams disgusting from just the name and the logo. Also, hey Artemis, how you doing? Steam burger, no less. Interesting. Those things are steamed? Shitty is an understatement. There's no way White Castle serves food suitable for a human. I'm going to Nebraska in a few months and I'm driving to avoid going through that airport alone. Oh, that's funny. Yep. I did. I flew into Dallas Fort Worth. I think it was, what's the other one? Is it something Love, or I forget what the other airport is, Mig. That's right, like in that area. Love something, Love Field, Love. I honestly can't remember. It was a couple years ago now that I went to that wedding. But they told me that that one was probably the better place to go after the fact. Steam burger, steam ham, if you will. And then, yeah. So, yeah. This is our channel artist, though. Profile linked a bunch of times here. That's where we get all our emotes. So, can thank him for all of our fun emotes. They are excellent. Love that. Signature cook method of White Castle. The holes in the steam is whack. Oh, that sounds gross. And big 10-hour drive to Nebraska. Gotcha. Okay, beef. White Castle is definitely not grade A. They took the beef test, pass, fail, and they failed. Hilarious. Yeah, awful time. Okay, and you don't know the other? Okay, any other airports in the Dallas-Fort Worth area? Yeah, I want to say there are two. And they told me the other one was a better place. It's like a smaller airport. And then, yep, those are our emotes. They're quite fun. All right, let's bang out the rest of this because this is going to be quick. Wiener Schnitzel sure does exist. This is another one where I know I've been to a Wiener Schnitzel and I don't remember it. So we're going to put it with Sonic in the I ate this, I don't have bad memories. And like, I know I've had it, I don't remember it, so it must have been fine. Here's Wings Over. I've never heard of that. Wingstop is wings. It's perfectly fine. Not mad about it. It's probably like right around there. There's Dallas Love Field. Okay. That's the Southwest Airport. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. That was the other one. They're not even German, the fuckers. They don't even sell schnitzel. Interesting. And I just know of a regional airport that's ways out of town. Got it. And then Zaxby's. I've heard of Zaxby's. I don't think there's a Zaxby's over here, though. Okay. This category. Delete that row. And I think we've got our tier list. I think that's pretty much not really going to make any changes since I reordered it. All right, so this thing, it's got to save. Let us... Oh, thanks. We're getting a few auto mods here today. Okay, when I said wings, etc., I meant Wingstop. Ah, gotcha. Wingstop is trash wings and trash food that just makes you sick. It's awful. Ah, I see, I see. I think it's aggressively fine. I'm mad about it. Zaxby's thinks pickles are seasonal. Interesting. To quote myself at the drive-thru finding this out when trying to order fried pickles. Do you know what a fucking pickle is? Hysterical. I don't understand why they would say that, though. Wingstop is food you eat after getting your balls cut off, to be honest. Yeah, sure is. Sure is, Ox. I like this Jinx lol emote. This will come up sooner or later, I'm sure, Cat Dad, but we are big arcane enjoyers in this chat. Most of us, anyway. A lot of us are big arcane enjoyers. Some of us are not arcane watchers. And I don't think we have any arcane dislikers. But yeah, I quite like Zaxby's and have had no issues getting their fried pickles, but also do not purchase fried pickles from them often. I do love fried pickles, though. Highly underrated food item. Seen... I'm not a pickle person at all, actually, Vex, so that's going to be my problem there. I don't really like pickles. I don't know if frying them would improve or make it worse. That makes sense. I've seen the first season, but not the second season. I just never got around to it. Understandable. Ox, I watched one Arcane. It made me uncomfy. Cat Dad, Arcane is great, and I'm very gay for the men in the show. Understandable. Have a nice day. I went into Arcane. I absolutely went into Arcane a Victor hater, and honestly a Jace hater. And I came out of the show still a Jace hater, but Victor's really cool now. Love that guy. Chase, I can just never forgive because I actually play League of Legends and miserable time. Hate that champion. Then is Arcane Apathetic. All right. Still don't have any Arcane haters, but apathetic is funny. I do agree. Incredible that that got auto-modded. That's actually, frankly, kind of fucked up that that got auto-modded. Because I don't even understand for a second. It's just literally, it says gay in there, and I guess that got it auto-modded. This makes sense in a lot of ways. If you didn't want to get your balls cut off, Wingstop wouldn't be the worst thing to happen to you that day. If you did, nothing's going to ruin your day, not even Wingstop. I don't know. It did improve my day. Yeah, and also wild that I can't love the men in this show according to Twitch. Yeah, quite fucked up, Twitch. Frankly, very, very homophobic there. If you didn't, but you find Wingstop is the worst part of the day anyway, well, you learned something about yourself, I guess. Do you rewatch it, to be fair? And Vic says I need to rewatch it. To be honest, Dex says Victor was based, common cinch W. Whatever was going on between Victor and Jace was gayer than sex. Perhaps even gayer than gay sex. Vex, because I've seen a lot of funny posts that are like, what's more gay? And it's a picture of Kate and Vi, and then picture of Victor and Jace at the end of the show, and it's like, what's gayer? These two, or whatever is happening here? But yeah. I'll be curious, Mig, if you do rewatch it, though. I really like Arcane. Probably one of my favorite shows, to be honest. So I'm always up to talk about Arcane. And then Cat Dad, Victor S tier, Jace S tier, Vander S tier. I understand. Understand your take. Vander, big fan. Really hate kind of like a lot of what happened in his story. Not because I actually think it's a bad story, but just because I like Vander. I also agree. Silco S tier. Love Silco. 10 out of 10 character. No notes. Deranged. Would not want to meet. Love watching that guy. I went into Arcane not knowing Jace existed and came out a Jace hater. Hysterical. She worked 10 hours. The only thing Arcane was missing was Shaco. Womp womp. I don't even think there was like a Shaco reference in there. Not that I know of in any of the like Easter eggs. And Meg, I got introduced to Arcane after I saw a video using the show to make fun of Star Wars. It's pretty funny. It's not hard to make fun of Star Wars, to be fair at this point. Do you like that? Ox raising arcanes. I'm not really excited for the next show. Noxus is so boring for me, to be honest. And I did not necessarily care for Mel. And what would they reference? Shaco has no lore. Yeah, I guess that's true. Silly Shaco. I'm curious if it will end up being Noxus, because, like, everyone is assuming it's going to be Noxus, and there's really like, no actual, like, indication that it's anything. That makes us specifically the Obi-Wan show, I think. I've not heard good things about the Obi-Wan show. I have heard incredibly good things about Andor, which I have not gotten around to checking out. I'm not sure I will. But if I was going to check out something Star Wars again, it would probably be Andor. I've heard it's a very good thing. They could have Butch Hartman make a show based on original Misfortune art. Oh no, not Butch Hartman. Isn't he making like what I would just call like kind of insane things now? Butch Hartman really went off the deep end, right? To be fair, I have not really followed up on what that guy's been up to. I do like that Ox. They could have put him in anyway to shake things up. Excellent. 10 out of 10, no notes. Obi-Wan was meh. Andor is good and isn't afraid to get ugly and dark. And somehow Disney let the writers cook. I've heard that. I've generally heard that. He draws a lot of fan art of requested characters in his style on social media. It's pretty good. Interesting. So, there's no confirmation about literally anything about them doing another show, X, aside from they've said, we're doing another show, we're looking at doing either, and I think they said we're looking at Noxus, Demacia, I think they might have said Ionia, that they were looking at what they might do if they did a show in all of those regions, but not that they were going to definitely do a show in all of them, not that they had clear idea of what they were thinking, just that they were like, those were the places they were considering. So there's no official confirmation. Yes, they did. They do have that story with Mel going to LeBlanc, and LeBlanc is from Noxus and all that stuff. Yeah, see, this is what I knew. This is what I knew, Joe. That Butch Hartman makes Christian slop content. No, I'm pretty sure that's what he's doing. I'm really confident it's what he's up to. I'll have to, like, either Artemis can link us to something about that, or you can look it up on your own, but he's doing like weird shit. What a time. What a time to be alive. Vex, I'd be chill with Demacia. Andor is the only show that had an episode that made my jaw drop the whole time. Gotcha. And yeah, I've heard, like I said, I've heard nothing but good things about but yeah, what's it called? I've heard really good things about Andor. I'm shocked that Disney allowed them to make that from the little bits that I have heard about Andor. Quite amazing. Nope, wrong game. That was the League of Legends screen. This is the Minecraft one. But yeah, he tried really hard to start a Christian streaming service that I don't think became anything. Yeah, I heard that stuff. I heard some odd plagiarism things going on, that he was stealing art from other artists. It's a bad time. We can move on from the Butch Hartman adventures. I would really like to see one set when Aatrox was doing his shenanigans or in the Ruination, though there's already books on that, so that's unlikely. I guess that could be interesting. I think the problem that they'd have with the Ruination, it would be interesting. The Ruination would be interesting, but I think the problem here would be that, like, you really dump, like, all the really popular characters. when you go to the Ruination. I've got no beef with people unless they're objectively being a piece of shit to others. Yeah, I generally agree with that, Joe. Andor is gritty in a way that Star Wars isn't all that often. Don't mind me, I'm just a little obsessed with the show. Well, we don't mind. It's always fun to find things that are like good enough for people to actually give a shit about, in my opinion. And I would rather like you make an interesting thing because like it's just cool. It's just cool when you have an interesting thing that's worth actually talking about, as opposed to like an Obi-Wan, which is just like, I guess this exists now. Who wanted it though? Well, one moment we're receiving an update. The producers are telling me that he is in fact objectively a piece of shit. Okay then. It's quite an unfortunate time. Okay, we don't need more content on all the really popular characters. We get enough. I get it though. Rito needs dollars. Yeah. I think the other problem you're gonna have if you do Ruination is that, like, okay, I'm a little curious, Vex. What do you even want to see about the Ruination in particular? Because my brain is like, if you make me watch like 10 hours of Viego, I'm gonna lose my mind. Absolutely lose my fucking mind. If I have to watch the world's biggest simp do whatever Viego is doing, I'm gonna not have a great time. It's gonna be very hard to sell me on enjoying that. I think what I like about Andor is its main character, Andor. It's just your average foot soldier, not a Jedi. I've never really liked superheroes, so it was a fun character to follow. Yeah, I was so I grew up with the original trilogy. Like my parents saw them when they were young, and like so they let me watch them when I was growing up. Grew up with the original trilogy, and my favorite part of being the original trilogy, like if you'd said, "What do you want to be in Star Wars?" and like all the people were like, "I'd want to be a Jedi," and I'm like, "I would want to be a pilot. What do you want about flying a spaceship? Sounds so cool. I'm here for Pilot Town." So I also agree. Not really about the Jedi that much. Space Wizard was never the thing I wanted. But yeah. Surely it would be more about Lucian and Senna and Co. I guess, but we're gonna have to deal with a lot with Viego. Just don't want it. I'm really fine with them sending Viego to the cube, like we go Jode. Get him out of here. Just put him in the cube. Or want to think about this guy again. Yeah. You've said send Viego's ass to the torture vortex. I would. Viego is truly like one of my least favorite characters in League of Legends. He's very high on the list. Torture Vortex? Is that a real thing in the game? No. There is not a real Torture Vortex. Oh, we've hit this, though. We can fix this while we're here. But it does have that energy, referencing that exact same thing you're about to say, Joe. At long tech company, at long last, we've created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel. Don't create the Torment Nexus. Yup. That's how that works. Sci-fi company. Let's just invent the thing that every sci-fi thing says is a terrible idea. Surely this won't go wrong. This dirt patch went quite far into the wall here. But yeah, Diego in... I actually think we're allowed to watch... I think we are allowed to react to League cinematics on Twitch. I think this is a thing that Riot is like perfectly fine with you doing. So we could go watch the last of the Ruination cinematics just to see Diego get put in the Torture Nexus. But they really do, like... They really do Gojo Cube him. And I haven't even seen Jujutsu Kaisen. But, like, that is a meme I am familiar with because it is just, like, impossible not to be familiar with it. When you hang out in the anime circles... Whoops, wrong one. That's not granite. That's granite. So we start a dirt box. Do I have a dirt box? Nope. It's the dirt box now. Jujutsu Kaisen is the modern generation's Bleach. Interesting. That doesn't... Okay, that was the stone box. That's what that was. We need to go get more stone. Jujutsu Kaisen is the modern generation's Bleach. I did not watch any of the big three while they were airing. And so I was never a shonen. I was never a shonen girl, so that's kind of what happened there. But I never watched any of the big three. But yeah, I've generally not heard the best things about Bleach. Let's go, got more stone for what we're doing over here. Put our stone there. We'll grab some stone and we'll go see how much of this we place. There are things I love about Bleach. Gotcha, Joe. I've not heard, like, particularly bad things about Bleach, other than that I have generally heard a lot of people being unhappy with the later arcs of Bleach, and I've gotten the impression that it's one of those shows that people wish that the mangaka had just ended instead of continuing to write after a certain point, because, like, I got the impression that it was one of those things if he completes the like original story and then it just kept going and it really lost steam after like completing the original thing it was trying to do. But again, that could be wrong. I've only like gathered this at some points and I've never looked into Bleach. The fact that Kubo can go whole chapters drawing what looks like he stuck his pen and paper into a blender is not one of them. Oh, interesting. Gotcha. I felt like Jujutsu Kaisen suffered from a lot of the same storytelling problems around the same time as Bleach did. Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, I don't know a lot about Bleach. I know my Bleach watching friends, I believe, complained something about something Aizen, something. That's all I really remember. But yeah. Jujutsu Kaisen ended up being a lot shorter though. Both are much better animated than in manga form, to their credit. Both manga effectively have become storyboards for much better animated series. Hey, I gotcha. I gave up on Bleach after switching to reading it, and now it's getting the final arc animated, and it's pretty good. Okay. Well, that's good. Because, yeah, I've not heard, like, anything about, what is it, 1,000-Year Blood War? I don't know anybody at this point that still watches Bleach. But always nice when something's good. We love to hear that. Oh yeah, where was that dirt hole we went down? Start with that. We know this section's finished, so we can fill this back in with no problem. I started to have the same experience with JJK reading weekly, and I was like, all right, I can let this rot for a while until it's fully animated. Yeah, Bleach anime got straight up canceled for years. Animating 1,000-Year Blood War was a total surprise. Yeah. Which is surprising. Again, one of those things, didn't think that would come back. Just like I didn't think that there would ever be more Hunter x Hunter, but... Did you say, Joe, that the mangaka was actually working on new chapters of Hunter x Hunter? Alright, we're gonna fill this. How high up does this go? Okay, not that high, honestly. This is a weird hole, gotta say. We're going to brick ourselves in here for a while. And we're gonna dig back down. Bleach suffered from insane levels of power creep, too. Gotcha, Vin. Did you watch Bleach, then? I take it, from knowing a thing about Bleach? You could convince me that Bleach exists to be a vehicle for Yoruichi, and that's it, and that's the only thing I need to know about Bleach, and I would believe you. And alright, Mig, have a great night. thanks for dropping by. I really appreciated having you here. Hope you have a good night. But yeah, and I've watched the first 16 seasons. I have not watched Blood War. Crazy how Tagashi started having crazy back problems after marrying the generational super hot baddie mangaka of Sailor Moon, Naoko Takeuchi. My back would hurt too. Yeah, understandable. Have a nice day. But yeah, gotcha. Getting more Hunter x Hunter in 26. Cool. I have also not seen Hunter x Hunter, but glad for the Hunter x Hunter people, because I've generally heard it's good. Don't really know much about it. It's also not a show that I would watch, but again, I like hearing that things people like are actually continuing and not just rotting away. She was hot. She's the creator of one of the most favorite series of all time. She's got a PhD in chemistry. That's funny. I didn't know. I actually both did not know that she was hot. And she had a PhD in chemistry, which is fun. First of all, the now best girl, I don't know who that is, Finn. Is this... I actually don't even know which of the series we've mentioned that this character is from. Much to disappoint you. My brain says Bleach, but I could be wrong. Hunter x Hunter was my first manga. I have never watched a full ep of the anime, and I'm never going to read another chapter until it ends, if it ends, but I'm happy to see it continue. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know anything about the show, really. Aside from the visually, it's not a show that I would... It's not a show that I would pick to watch. It's based purely on the visuals. But must be good. People like it. I am not one of those people who will watch a thing because people think it's good, though. Because that often does not result in me liking a thing. Just because a lot of people like it. Did you like that, Vin? Hot, talented, and knows the exact chemical compounds to make sure nobody finds your body. Very impressive. We love that. We love... We love a woman who could dissolve us in a vat of acid. Blocks. We're just going to try to get as many of these stone blocks out of our inventory as we can, and then we're going to dig a little more. Which is annoying, or as annoying as that is, I'm sure the eagle-eyed have maybe noticed that there is diorite at the end of this path, and that's what's going to get mined out. Yeah, lurk. Also gonna start winding down for the night. Bye all. Bye, Vin. Thanks for coming by. Really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed our food tier listing. I'm going to add a channel redeem for tier listing things. You get to pick and send tier lists, and I will do the tier list. So it's going to be very exciting. Look forward to that. I love a tier list, and I am not afraid to have hot takes on the internet, so should be fun. But yeah. I gotta find some kind of anime tier list to do next. I'll also probably like pick out some tier lists to have on standby in case like somebody wants a tier list but doesn't want to pick a tier list. I'm a little curious why that would happen. I do feel like the fun of the tier list is like, here, rank these things I want you to rank. But I suppose it could happen the other way. Just, I enjoy tier list content, and I would like you to do a tier list, but I don't have one. This got pretty high ceiling right here. It's a great format. Yeah. It's just a lot of fun. I do think that people really enjoy them as well, which is quite funny. Kind of a great format for the streamer as well, because it is, to be fair, easy content. I have told Taz for years he should do more of them. He used to do them frequently. Gotcha. All right. We are gonna really quickly run some ads. So, you need to take a break or do anything, now's the time. I am going to play them, but I do not need you to watch them. I do not particularly care about what Jeffrey would like. But yeah, so we'll be right back. I promise I will simply place blocks and not really do much in these 2 minutes. So see you all on the other side. Oog. Array for block placing. It'll be useful if you add a trigger for Firebot to post in chat when ads start and end. Gotcha. Box, yeah, I'm not... Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I have much in the way of bot going on, Joe. Whee! Do, 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 do. That one placed wrong. But anyway, yeah, I'm up for doing whatever, though, as far as the bots ad situation goes. If I should look into Seribot, just let me know. All right, let's do a little bit of digging, shall we? Welcome back, friends. We're going to start to dig. I'm curious where this is going to take us, but I would say hopefully not far, but I don't know. I got like a bad feeling this is going to hit some other deposit we're going to need to fish out. Oh, like there's dirt. We're hitting dirt now. Anyway, yeah. Adding Seribot would be simpler than doing it in Firebot, especially considering all the trash it picks up. Got it. Oh, you're right. We do need to change categories. We are now no longer just chatting. We're back to Minecraft. Ugh. Are you specifically mining for diorite? Nope. Joe, I am not mining for any purpose whatsoever. I am mining for one deranged reason that Ox will know. But basically that reason is that I mine out like all non-stone deposits I find in my base and then backfill them in with stone. Because later this helps me with assorted things. Terraforming, the consistency of walls, things like that. So oftentimes when I don't really have a thing I want to be doing, this is kind of what I'm doing. And I'll clear out pockets like this until I hit the end of the pockets like this, or we get like far enough away from anything useful. If we get too close to this, cavern will likely stop. She wants those blocks to die, alright? Yeah, basically. Mining vibes. You probably use the Tweakeroo block list to automatically avoid breaking the stone. Yeah, I didn't think about that. You're right. That would make sense. I forget about that. Well, when I started doing this, I just didn't know that that was a thing to done. This really started because I was mining out the monstrous amount of copper that's in my base. And so I started to have to do this. So like when you're mining copper, you're mining like a copper vein. It benefits you to clear out the areas around it just because you never know when more and more chains of it are going to go somewhere. So I had to mine out huge sections for the copper, and then I would backfill it all with stone because my base, obviously, as you can imagine, generates a metric ton of stone. So I was then just like, well, I need to do something with this stone. This was before Vex built the storage, and I didn't have a place to put it. So I was just like, oh, what am I doing with all this junk? So I started to backfill areas with stone as almost a way to just use stone up again. And then I just kind of kept doing it. Now I'm like, I do this because it helps me later. If I build in these areas, and again, something to do. But nice to get the surplus of those blocks, though, now that they don't generate the way they used to. Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to ask also what Ox is asking about, that they don't generate like they used to. What does that mean? Yeah, I'm curious if this will just end. I would love it if this just ends. My dream. Surely this granite deposit is the last of this. Normally a granite deposit like this won't hit. The danger is ores. What'll often happen is a granite deposit like this, particularly considering we mined a diorite one off the top of it, won't butt into another granite, or not a granite, what's it called? Diorite, usually. The dangers here are that we're going to hit either another copper vein or we're going to hit a dirt pocket. And so, like, ores are dangerous because they'll put us into the wall, and that's how we discover, like, an adjacent diorite. It's actually why we're here in the first place. That's how I discovered this adjacent granite, or diorite that led us to this granite here. See, this, I don't like this shape. This could be a vein. It's not. That's good for us. But it could have been. We're going to put down a shulker, though, to fill with our diorite. Offload that from our inventory. So we don't have a lot of mining left in us, honestly, before we're going to have to go to the ender, however. Because this is my last good pickaxe. So, but it looks like it's good enough. Looks like we got lucky, and it simply ended. Hooray! Ooh, you can use the correct end portal. Okay. You'll have to remind me, Ox, because I will likely attempt to fly to the wrong end portal. I always do. But yeah, after I place the stone in my inventory, we'll go dump out our blocks, and then we'll go to the ender. Oh, hey, there was some gold there. Very nice. And you might ask yourself why I don't clear out the andesite if I clear everything else like this, and the original answer would have been because we're hard enough to distinguish between, and I was doing this manually choosing, that I just decided that was close enough looking to stone and I didn't want to deal with it. So that's what happened there. I suppose if I did manage to use the break block restriction, I could remove the andesite as well. Oh, we're deep in. I'm not going to change. Is the correct end portal? I want to build a tunnel to the original end portal near Joe's base, but I think it makes sense to wait for Joe to build his bookshelf tunnel first. That would be cool. I'm very excited to see the bookshelf tunnel when you actually get it built, Joe. It was a really cool concept. The veins of alternating stone types are much less common starting in 1.17. Going to connect the end portal to my tunnel. Oh, okay, cool. And yeah, this is 1.20. to my understanding, I believe Ox generated this terrain that I live on. And hi there. Hi there, Ahmed. Hello, hi, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great time of day wherever you are. It is, I was going to say great evening, but I don't actually know where people are from. But it is evening where I'm at. But yeah, and yeah, I mean, in the context of the server on the whole, when you run into it, you might as well get it since you have to go out of your way to find a good source otherwise. Yeah, so I've just been putting it all into the storage. If you ever need some more or anything, Joe, pretty much once I get too much of it, it starts to fill up my storage, I send it to, the storage. Storag. And yeah, Ox, I don't know if you heard me explain why andesite was exempt from the removal. But I did just explain it. If you would like me to again, I can, for sure. Because it is a silly reason. It's not a very good reason. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was just saying that the andesite got exempted because I was doing this before I knew that like the block break restrictions were a real thing that I could do. And so it was going to be such a pain to just like to distinguish between the two, like when I was looking at stone and when I was looking at andesite. And this was early on when I started doing this, that I just decided it wasn't worth removing the andesite. It was close enough in color to the stone. And so I left it. And now I've done this so long this way that I'm just like, well, I don't feel the need to change it. And that's how we've gotten to where we are, where andesite gets to stay. And all the other materials get to go. Diorite. Put more diorite down. Pull our diorite out of here. Put the diorite there. Then we get our ores. We do not have a box for andesite. We'll put it with the gravel. Again, we're not really removing it, so we didn't exactly need a box for it. Gotta say, friends, these raspberries are very good. Really enjoying the raspberries. I guess all of the netherite pickaxes are still intact, so we are not truly on our last pickaxe yet. But we're into our quality tool zone. Luckily, we are done mining. And we are now just going to backfill this area. So, mission accomplished. Yeah, how is everybody doing? Anybody eat anything good for dinner today? I made a breakfast burrito for dinner. because it was nice and easy and I didn't really want to do anything else. Fox, I had chicken wild rice soup for dinner last night and lunch today. Now I'm waiting meat to thaw for chili for dinner. Ooh, are you making your award-winning chili recipe? Which was very good. Did enjoy quite a lot. Nice. I'm curious where it ranked among your chili experience. Pretty high. I think it was very good chili. I think that it was quite a lot of fun that you put the chips in it. I think that chili sometimes gets quite homogeneous in its texture in a way that's just like kind of boring. So I think adding a crunchy aspect to the chili made it quite a lot better. Yeah, chili without Fritos is just sad. Yeah, so I think that made it a very standout chili. Enjoyed that quite a lot. I'm curious where you got that idea. Was that something that like somebody taught you, or was that something that you saw somewhere? Where did the Fritos in chili come from? It's just how chili served as I grew up, with some type of corn chip. Gotcha. Looking at my flight info, and I just see, are you flying with an infant in arms? And I'm just like, is this infant in a trench with me, holding a rifle? Is this brothers in arms, but baby? Lamau? This is the future that liberals want? I'm a baby. Shoots Nazis. Do you remember, Joe, by chance, like the big deal that they made about the Brothers in Arms AI improvements and how like squads of bots would actually like try to flank you and all this nonsense? And just like how funny it is to look back on that now, that like shooters of that day were just enemies that would just like stand in place and shoot at you with their like whatever percentage RNG chance to miss as dictated by the computer. Like that's what shooters were. That like the flanking AI from Brothers in Arms was so revolutionary. Very funny to think how far we've gotten. And also how not far we've gotten with games. I still remember playing one of the Medal of Honor games. One of the ones set in the Pacific. I don't remember which one. But I played that Medal of Honor game. Split screen on a like a 5-inch monitor, or like little TV attachment on the top that like clipped onto the top of my Xbox. And like at like family parties, we would take that and play it. I took it to school one time like that. It's funny. It's so funny to look back at that and think, wow, they really still haven't released the Epstein files. quite impressive that we fought World War II to get the release of the Epstein files, and that just still hasn't happened yet. I thought you were saying they didn't have any ability to move until they integrated Flank GPT or something. It really was a big deal, though, Ox. They really... It was with those Brothers in Arms games in particular that they tried to sell, like, just how much they had improved it so that the enemy squads and stuff could actually, like, dynamically move around the battlefield, that they wouldn't just, like, stand in place and shoot at you, as was the vogue at the time. What year was this? Let me check. What year abouts did the Brothers in Arms games come out? Brothers in Arms. Road to Hill 30. Road to Hill 30 was in 2005 and Hell's Highway was in 2008. And these are the two that I remember the names of. So I want to say it would have been Hell's Highway. So the 2008 one that I'm really thinking of these press releases for. Okay, enemy AI definitely existed before 2008, right? I mean, it did. It couldn't really do very much, but it did. And so they were really trying to advertise how much, like, they're like, our AI will actually make you feel like you're playing against people and they're making decisions and you have to really think about it. It's a tactical squad control game. This cave sure does go on and on. But yeah, it really was just like, imagine, Ox, if you were playing a game and it was supposed to be this realistic World War II shooter, and then every enemy just had the skeleton from Minecraft AI, and that was all they knew how to do. And your immersion would just be like, well, I'm clearly playing a video game. Yeah, Minecraft skeleton AI is kind of annoying, but it's not making, like, complex decisions. It is simply, like, moving away from you and trying to shoot. And then if you break line of sight, it moves towards you to try to get a line of sight. So, like, it's, like, just so incredibly simplistic that you really know what it's going to do at all points based on the input you give it. So, I think I've said this before, but Eve really has declared war on the caves part of the Caves and Cliffs update. I guess so. What part would you say is the Cliffs part of the update? Did they really talk about why they called it Caves and Cliffs? What is the Cliffs part? Now that I think to ask this question. Well, that's annoying that they did that way. Okay, the mountains generate higher than they did before. Oh, really? That's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, all the mountains used to be more or less like the one next to my base. Oh, okay. I think I've asked this before, but I've forgotten in this moment, so I'm gonna ask again. Were ancient cities added in caves and cliffs? Considering that they're related to mountains generally? Or were they added in just a different later update when they were like, well, we've got these mountains, what do we do? Okay, ancient cities were planned for caves and cliffs, but not added until the wild update. Gotcha. That's cool. But yeah, Joe, I actually don't think I know off the top of my head what the mountain next to your base looks like. I actually don't even think I would have realized that you had a mountain next to your base, which may indeed be the point of what you're saying here. There's a mountain by your base? That's not ringing a bell at all. To be fair, I'm not very often at your base, and so I don't really feel like I know what that looks like. But it is funny that I don't even really remember it. Considering I was there just the other day when I stole your Deep Slate Emerald Ore trade. It's towards the back of my base, my original villager trading hall, now basically a mausoleum. All is inside of it. Gotcha. It's at the back of the villager Tinder device. Got it, got it. Right. I think we're making good progress here. We're starting to get back into the area that I've already narrowed down. So we should be out of here in no time. Yeah, at the back. That is the villager Tinder device. We're going through villager trades back before villager professions existed. Did villagers like just generate with specific trades and you just had no way to interact with that whatsoever? I actually don't really know how old villagers worked. By the time I started playing in 1.20.2, so you will know exactly how villagers have always worked since I've been playing this game. They've always worked in the way that they've worked since 1.20.2. Interesting that there's a weird little pocket right there. Okay, yeah, they were randomized. The modern villager mechanics were introduced in 1.14, the village and pillage update. I'm guessing that that means that pillagers were added in that update. And we got a few blocks here that we need to get to. Because I'm seeing voids. And we also, while we're here, we try to fix the voids. So we are going to need our trusty pickaxe. We're going to get to this one. We're going to get this one while we're here. We're going to leave those two because they're closer to this level. We can get them at a later date. So really just these two in front of us here. Wow, really got close to it, but not quite. Yes, all manners of illagers were added. They're villagers, they're pillagers, and I don't think I know of any other illagers. Are there any other? Or does that mean, like, different professions for the villagers? Were Ravagers added in this update? Okay. 1.14 was the first major update after I came back to the game in 2019. In terms of seriousness of bugs, it was an all-time fuck-up on Mojang's part. Really? What kind of bugs did they add in? All right, so we got that one. 1.14 straight up deleted all entities that existed in people's worlds. Excellent. We love that. Good job, Mojang. I can't see shit. We love the weird, lanky chain noises. All right, did we hit it? I think we hit it. Cool for us. Let's back it on out of here. Very conveniently for us, we didn't hit... Nope. We didn't hit any other pockets of stuff to mine out. We're doing it. Let's load more stone. Performance improvement. Yeah, no more entities. Let's go. Glad I wasn't involved with 8-bit at that point, because that would have made me quit the game entirely forever. Pretty sure it happened there before I had anything to do with it. Know that the 1.14 launch was very bad there. Gotcha. How long has 8-bit existed? Out of curiosity? It's like, I don't know a whole ton about it. I am 8-bit aware, but not 8-bit involved in any capacity. Inox since 2016? Okay. That's cool. Oof. I am curious how both of you, Joe and Ox, how you all discovered 8-bit originally. I can't see nothing, so don't worry about it, friends. I'm in the same boat. I couldn't see a thing right there. I wonder if we're going to have enough stone. Well, I don't know that we're going to. We might. I don't remember what was left when we clicked it there. I know it didn't fill our entire inventory. Ooh, bit left. We might make it. I think we make it. My friend rated a very hot redstone girl building a 1,000 item auto sorter I had to follow. Very exciting. Was this the auto sorter? The one that Dish is still decorating? Gotcha. It's been in progress this entire time. Got it. Ding, ding, ding. We're getting somewhere. We're almost out of here, friends. I wandered into Dish's channel because her thumbnail had an uncanny resemblance to another friend. Thought that was funny. Got it. Nice. Oops. Wrong spot there. That's fun, though. You will all never guess how I arrived in Dish's chat. Huh. Oh, okay, I just didn't finish putting the floor there. I was like, how did that happen? See? Anyway, I started this busy work project because I'm finally going to clear out the space to build the off-ramp to this. And so I started to dig here, but then I realized I had a big hole in the wall that went for a while, and I was like, oh, I gotta fill that then. Then I started filling the hole. One of the things that this is kind of really like a really unnecessary thing, but that I really like, is that I really appreciate... Whoops. Yeah. Torch back. I really appreciate being able to look and just see the constructed areas of my base, or the things that I actually intend to be like, because some of these caverns will stay their intended parts of my base. But I like when you do free cam through that you're able to just see the areas I want you to see. And not oftentimes a lot of weird, so like I've backfilled a lot of this so that it's mostly solid and you can just see through to the next parts. And you don't get caught up on a lot of the weird scenery. I like that you can see down to the mines. You have a very interesting concept of the word gotta. What do you mean, Ox? I know I probably said that I've got to do something, and then I've, like, forgotten it because it was just word vomited out there. Oh, gotta fill in that entire hole. Yep. Well, I mean, if you just had this ugly hole in your base sitting there taking up space, would you not feel compelled to fill it back in with stuff? That was one of my first few follows on Twitch. I only followed 2 other channels before her, I think, neither of which are still around. Got it. My oldest follow on Twitch is probably... me when redacted gothfully. See, this has a bad resemblance to an ore vein. It is an ore vein. Tragedy strikes. I was hoping it wouldn't be, but it is. It's shooting diagonally, which means it's actually going to be a pretty shallow ore vein because it's going to hit It doesn't have anywhere to go. It's really what's happening, because they normally travel diagonal. So I suppose it could be a diagonal down, but I think from this trajectory, it's going to be diagonal up, but it's going to hit really fast. So honestly, we'll test this out. We'll see how accurate my ore predicting abilities are. I've dug so many of these things. But yes. Yes, the DK Books, Steven's Beasties. The DK Books, Steven Beastie's incredible cross-sections and approach to base building and hole filling. Nah, I just light up my caves and call it good. Yeah. I guess I'm more... Both my base is a cave, and so I care about the cross-sections. And I just want every... Like, all the stuff I do here is all meant to be incredibly constructed, and so, like, random garbage holes... just... They annoy me. I just try to fix them. Yeah, love that an ore vein is a tragedy. Alright, chili making time. I don't Netflix and chili. I don't Netflix and chill, I Eve of Winter and chili. Which is pretty good. I hope the chili comes out great, though. Very excited that you will have great chili. I got a sneeze. Achoo! I'm back. Actually, I'm gonna mute again because I'm gonna drink water. Alright, we're back. Yeah, that's actually a really cool reason for doing it. It's very cool. I would not have thought of that. I do think that that's one of the fun things about Minecraft is that there's so many approaches to Minecraft that, like, people really bring their own unique way of looking at the game and things. So it was diagonal up, but not really very far. And not quite in the direction that I thought it was going to go. I thought it was going to go more towards this way. But it did curve. But like I said, based on the geometry of the area that it had before it hit something I'd constructed, I knew that that couldn't be a very long ore vein. But yeah, it's a tragedy, Ox, just because I was like, oh god, it's more work to do. And sometimes those things stretch on for like quite a nonsensical distance into the ground. But like I said, seeing where it was, I realized rather rapidly that it couldn't actually stretch very far. Because it was immediately going to hit reconstructed area. Well, not even reconstructed, just area that I've already worked on. Actually, more importantly, it was going to hit the surface. We're so close to the other parts of my base here. Yeah. So much of my base, well, pretty much all of it, any part that I'm like notably in is incredibly bespoke. And I've done a lot of work on my base. I've done a significant amount of this in particular, going back and filling in areas and working on the compositions of the stone and all kinds of junk. So there are a lot of areas where you'll see things that are very constructed. For example, over here, this area is entirely constructed for the most part. It's why you'll see that a lot of it is stone. You can see areas that are obviously not, but like I had to work on this. Pretty much everything from this point up is built this way on purpose. But you might not like notice that from first glance. Obviously, you can still really see it over here. I haven't gotten back to fixing this, but this is all very constructed. I want to say it's this whole area here. One of these areas is constructed because originally there was a tunnel that went into this wall and came back out like at the top in the middle here. I had to basically fill it in and fill in this entire like crescent-shaped arc that went through this part. And so I know it's one of the it came out in one of the transitional areas. Oh, there's another chicken down here. Oh, wait a minute, look. Oh my god, it's the wall chicken. That's crazy. When did the wall chicken get here? Wow, the wall chicken has abandoned its post? That's crazy. Or do you think that the wall chicken was evicted by the other chicken? Did a chicken 300 happen here? That's funny. Never did I think we'd live to see the day that the wall chicken wasn't on the wall anymore. It had been there for so long. We will simply empty the stone we have in our inventory, and that is all the work we are going to do on this today, friends. We are pretty much out of stone, and I don't want to go get more. We made excellent progress. Then we'll do something else. Bonk, bonk. Not sure what yet, but we will figure it out. Oh, we definitely need to go to the ender. Oh, we don't definitely need to go. Our last pickaxe will last for quite a while. We do need to go before I take on any other digging projects, that's for sure. And we will continue to enjoy our chili, or our raspberries. Ox will enjoy the chili. But yeah, sooner or later I will figure out the design for this area. I am probably going to fill in most of what's happening here around the sewers eventually. This used to be a semi-natural cave system that has slowly been being eaten up by the sewer construction and my own backfilling as I've adjusted the positioning of this gate area and the support pillars. But I would also like it to be mostly solid underneath the gate area. Another reason I'm backfilling this particular part. I don't remember where this tunnel was going, honestly. This must have been something to do with the water processing area originally. I had to do a lot of digging and backfilling here as well. This was a site of a major ore vein originally, where a not insignificant amount of my copper came from. Been making chili, but I want to say Eve of Winter, invisible terraforming enthusiast. That's me. Did you hear, Ox? The wall chicken is no longer on the wall. I actually don't know where it went now. Hold on, let me turn on hitboxes, see if we can spot it. Was down here. I actually don't know where it went now. The wall chicken is on an adventure. Oh, there's some string there. That's weird. I didn't know you could click on it while you were in free cam. We gotta go get rid of that. The wall chicken has been replaced by the other one. So, that's interesting. Actually, let's go find... Where did the wall chicken go? Let's go hunt that thing down. Okay, I know that La Critura is just a meme, but to me it is a Nimianism. Gotcha. To me, it's a thing that Artemis says. That is where I heard it. Yeah, flashback to several hours ago. Long live the king. My brain went for a 300 reference. Oh. I see. Huh. Okay. Anyway. Oh, it is still over here. Perhaps at this point I really just gotta send them all packing down into the void. I'm very confident that the chicken AI is trying to get them back onto the surface, and that's why they run to that spot every time. I think chickens, when they're underground, are intrinsically looking for a way to get back to the surface. And they read my entire base despite having sky access as underground. That is my only explanation for the behavior I've seen from the chickens. Whoops. It's the only one that particularly makes sense to me from my little bit of deductive capability and the fact that they all run up as soon as there's spawn. They immediately run to this point. And I do believe that this is the highest you can walk in this area in my base. The only way you can get closer to the surface would be by going into the Hell House and ascending to the bathroom. I believe the bathroom is the highest point. Otherwise, conceptually, I think you could get out. I think the chickens could maybe escape. Or no, do they run into... They've run into the fact that I've broken the stairs over here. Otherwise, it would have been possible for them to get out and return to the surface. The horses are invisible, but... So, feasibly, there's a way to the surface if I had connected it, but seems at this moment there is no way to get to the surface. Which is funny. Oh. And as such, they hang out right there. I do think that given the time, I am actually going to fire up the last segment of our stream, the League of Legends portion, because, like I said, I'm relatively tired today, and I do still have work tomorrow, so don't want to stay up too late. It is Vex. It is time for a League Most Legendary. Quote 21, the only way you could get closer to the surface would be by going into the Hell House and ascending to the bathroom. Yup. Alright, League of Legends seem to have indeed worked. Did you watch the cinematic, Vex? I am over here upset with corn again. Would you like to watch the cinematic right now with me? Because we could do that. I have watched it on my phone, and as such, would not mind watching it on the stream. So if we go back to stream... think we... okay, yeah, we lose the League audio when we're on stream. I am going to open the volume mixer, though, and just mute it really quick for myself. Then we're going to go over here. I'm going to see really quick. I'm actually going to send that back to the other tab. See what was a relatively uninteresting time. So click on, bring it up, and we'll bring this back over. I actually guess I could have probably clicked on it through the client. Did the client have it? It does. That's funny. Anyway. I am like, gonna be in the screen basically no matter what. But that's fine. All right, does the desktop capture audio correctly? I don't think it does. It's desktop, Discord audio, mic, webcam. I've never set up a Firefox capture for the desktop. We're just gonna turn on the Firefox one again. So I guess I will set up. Maybe I'll set up a different one later, but we've turned the Firefox on, and let's go ahead. All right. Here we go. We're going to watch this new cinematic for League of Legends. This came out today. Generally, to my understanding, these have music, but they are fine to watch on stream. So let's go. Let's watch a League of Legends video. And it's picking up the audio. Oh man, there's a horse. Garen, like, hanging out with buddies. Horse. Yeah, we love Morgana. How's the sound on this? Is it actually loud? Look, we did it. We made it into the cinematic, gang. Sona's here. I don't know what the dragon is, but Sona actually made it into the cinematic. It's quite amazing. Hate it when Garen's drowning. Silly Shyvana. Even this is a really thing that surprised me, Vex. Look who is in this cinematic. Riot remembered that Quinn exists? That's crazy. Quinn is in this thing? Not Yunara again. I hope the Shyvana rework lets us ride. If we're playing Quinn, we can ride Shyvana. Most people are terrified. Sona's just vibing. this is Shyvana and Gunya. I think this is the Jarvan visual update that we're gonna see here at the end. I think this is Jarvan. Anyway, Demacia season, I guess, is that Hatsune Miku. Can't believe it. Hatsune Miku. I mean, is Hatsune Miku Sona not just DJ Sona? With chromas for Teto and the yellow one. Gotcha. Alright, I have not unlocked any new chests. We have completed the season. Excited to see the next one. Your shop lasts until the 9th. Yeah, the cinematic was good. We got to see some rare characters. I agree. Some good stuff. Still Here is pretty good. Which is Still Here your favorite cinematic, Vex? Which one is your favorite? Mine is Awaken. Which I don't know, was Awaken before or after your time playing you started playing League of Legends? Because Awaken is definitely... Yeah, there are not that many. Started playing in 2022. Oh, okay. Have you seen Awaken then? Or have you not seen Awaken? Because I am curious. I do think that Still Alive is very good. I like the animation for bite marks more, but I like the song for Still Here better than bite marks. Gotcha. All right, let's get this queue on the road. Can you guys hear? Did I mute? Oh, I muted the client. What it was. Muted the client while I was watching that. So it plays like some low level of background music. But yeah, like I said, Awaken, probably my favorite. A lot of them are really good, though. Pretty much all of the ones where Riot dedicates, like, we're gonna get a studio, we're gonna actually, like, put good effort into it, they're all really good. I hesitate to call almost any of them bad, except for the years that they, like, decided they didn't want to do one, or but not. Said you liked the cue music, Cox? I'm glad. So calm and sad. We are at 32 of 400 Stargate platings with 12 more on the way. Reminds me of desolation after a battle, and to hear it before the battle has interesting implications. Okay. I could see that. I'm curious if you'll catch... When we have the cue pop, I'm curious to listen to the transition. So there's obviously going to be a really loud cue popping noise, and then like a countdown timer noise. And then I'm curious how well you'll feel that it then transitions into the lobby music from this music. And that's actually 22 more on the way. Cool. Nice. But yeah, League has some really good music, in my opinion. So I really like a lot of what Riot's doing with itself. Oh, and I have all of my League client sounds muted, so I never hear this music. Gotcha, what do you think of it, Vex? Today's a long queue day, apparently. We've been in for 3 minutes and 18. There we go. 319 out of an estimated 107. It's what I would expect from League client music. And yeah, as Ox said, this is by far the longest queue I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't know. Guess not a lot of people playing for some reason at this time. We're gonna pick the Bomb Rat. And then we're gonna see what our teammates do. We could play Draven. We don't really want to play Draven, but we could. So we have a tank, we have a mage, and we have an AD carry that splits between magic and physical, a mage. So we're magic damage heavy. We could stand for another AD carry. That guy switched to Graves. I think that might be fine. Okay, now we fiddle. I do think I think it's the right call in this situation. Go for Draven. Just to diversify. Welcome to the League of Draven. I think having post-battle desolation music before the battle reflects the fact that there's no difference between before and after. There's only battle, win or lose, doesn't matter. The killing goes on. Gotcha. I do think that that's an interesting take. Also in context of the fact that it's a game where you're constantly queuing up for these. Sorry that you have been Draven to this course of action. Yeah. I'm just not the best Draven. I'm not a bad Draven. See, you know, I'm happy I picked Draven now, though. Looking at this composition, 4 tanks. That's crazy. Playing a mage into this would be a miserable time. Playing Draven into this is not going to be a lot better, but this is a comp if I've ever seen one. But it's a little better to be a 80 carry in this situation. We have a slightly better time putting out damage into this. Just being a burst mage into this many tanks is just an unfun time. So I will tank heavy comp. Will their tank heavy comp prevent them from doing damage as the game progresses? Depends. Probably not in a meaningful way. Unfortunately for us. Yeah, that was bound to happen sooner or later here. We're gonna go for this item first, given kind of what we're looking at here. This is gonna be a weird build, friends. This many tanks. It's gonna be a weird game. Weird build. I like that Kench accidentally ate the dead guy. Because he picked up he ulted the already in his death passive Scion. That sucked. We're gonna finish this now. So Draven is going to be miserable to do checks. Kind of, yes, but they do have support tanks, so Eve seems pretty squishy. Yeah, they probably have enough damage to deal with us in a meaningful way. Do you unlock items as you play the game? Are they all available to buy from your first match? They are all basically available from the first match, Ox. They basically reset every match, so... Basically, you buy the same items every match. They were all available from the very beginning. So we are going to be taking, I want to say, mostly physical from this. But we do want to start working on our second item. We're going to go for this thing. It's gonna be a weird build. We want this. And we want those two. Bold play on that guy's part. We're gonna basically go this item into, like, immediately into, ow. Into armor penetration. That was close. We almost got that. But, so we do want to complete this. Then we want to look here. We want to grab that. We're going to go this into a armor penetration item into Infinity Edge. We are slaying the enemies. We're basically just watching this Katarina to see if she tries to come in. Alright, so now we're gonna grab that. Then we're gonna look at, again, an armor penetration item. I think we go Mortal Reminder in this situation. Kind of hard to say. Dominic's is more damaged. They heal a decent amount. Basically, we're just trying to out-heal the tanks with our lifesteal for now. So we're gonna want to grab this thing. Katarina Pen is not what you want to see as an AD carry. Nope. This isn't me. This girl's slay. I'll keep trying. Got a friend in the league recently. Poor guy. Very tragic. That was fun though. I like League. I think it's a fun game.
An enemy has been slain.
Interesting how that worked. See? Sort of worked right there. We did do a lot of healing before they realized they had to turn and finish me because I wasn't gonna die. They were like, oh god, we do actually need to deal with that. Yeah, a lot of Heartsteel clangs going on. We're starting to seal, so we basically need to ignore Kench until the end. Been eaten by the Kench. Oh god. Cool. Taking a fair amount of magic now. I think we still go IE next. Maybe we go Visage next? I'm not sure. Honestly, it might not be a bad idea, given a lot of what this game looks like.
An ally has been slain.
Nice dodge on the Graves part there. Very tragic for him. There.
Enemy double kill.
We're gonna use our ult here probably to try to clear much of this wave as we can. That was a bold play on that guy's part. Cat has a Banshees? Such a weird build. Gotta hit it on the tower at least. I'm like the only one I think who can really afford to hit this. Well, we're doing it. I need to tank for these minions. So we need them to make it through this. And I heal better. Need to see if we can get this tower here. Oh god, I'm dead. Kinda surprised your team is winning this. Yeah. I think I do really weird builds sometimes, Vex, that really throw people. They're spending a lot of time focusing me, because I am healing so much. And I think a non-traditional, or like a traditional AD carry build would be struggling a lot more here. I mean, I'm also smart enough to realize that Kench is the only one with a Thorn Mail. So as long as I'm not hitting Kench, I'm healing pretty good. So I'm avoiding hitting the Kench until he's the last guy. Yeah, they don't have... Okay, now the Nautilus has one. So they're starting to like figure out maybe more of us should build the Thorn Mail guys. Sorry, Blitz, you're dead. Did you see that, Vex? That's what the spirit visage is for. Oh god. Alright, what other healing item can I build? What's left? That was so funny. Is there any... What other... Scimitar? Scimitar's not bad, actually. We took so much... Yeah, we're gonna build Scimitar next. Can I build GA in this mode, Vex? I don't think you can build it in ARAM. Didn't they take that out? But yeah, I don't think you can... Ooh, that was nasty. I think Death Dance would be pretty good, too. I think you're not wrong. I think Death Dance would have been a really good choice, actually. Get outplayed by the Katarina, I guess. Lamau. This is a game where I'd want to honor all of my teammates, but did you see this guy's name, Vex? Did you read Fiddlesticks' name? That's crazy, bro. Honor Blitz. That's crazy. I got one, and I got it from him. That's pretty good. That was a crazy game, though. That's awful. That's awful. Gotta sandpaper it nice and smooth. That's a wild thing to say. Damn, that's crazy. Holy shit. Oh, but anyway. If you would like me to explain, Ox, I will explain. I don't think you actually want me to explain. If you're picking up the hints that everybody else is putting down here. Yeah, that was a good game. I think there's a lot of value, Vex, though, that people don't put in these really weird, non-traditional builds. Oh, I'm gonna have to explain. Okay, you mean the thing in game? I'll download the replay then, and we can go look at it, because that was a crazy. Okay, that was a crazy play. Okay, so we're gonna watch this in really slow motion. Basically, I hear the Scion ult, and I know we can't take this fight. And the Blitz is up front. He's getting slammed. I think at this point I said, I'm sorry, Blitz. But basically, he's like dead, and we have to abandon him. So then they now realize all 5 of them are up. Our Fiddlesticks is dead. There are only 3 of us. They have 4 tanks. They're gonna dive us. They're 100% gonna dive now because they just know there's no reason not to. So they get the snowball onto the graves. The Nautilus ult goes onto the graves. But Lysandra intercepts the next snowball from hitting him. He gets thresh hooked anyway. And so meanwhile, this whole time, I'm over here. And I'm like, oh god, this is a mess. I don't know how to help. I throw my ultimate in. Mechanically, I'm not the best. So I'm like, okay, we're going to try to fight this. But clicking on stuff correctly in this kind of cluster is not my strong suit. Graves is pretty much dead. Lysandra is pretty much not dead. She's actually still 2/3 health. She's in a position. But Katarina goes for an ult here, but she has to use her Zonias. This is why she's golden in the middle and no longer dying. I think this is still Graves. Graves is still just getting absolutely blasted in the middle here. He's dead to right. Like, there's no way he gets out of that. Lysandra ulted herself, so she's healing and invulnerable. And there's still 5 of them alive. Katarina's pretty low. Thresh is pretty low. This is the Kench. The Kench is pretty low, all things considered. Not's healthy. Scion's healthy. So Scion is tanking the tower right now. And Fiddlesticks finally arrives. Fiddlesticks catches the Nautilus hook immediately upon arriving. And so the whole time, as Vex is saying, the whole time the enemy is under the tower damage is ramping up. Yep. So the tower is slowly doing more. Lysandra tries to save Fiddle. I think Fiddle's going to get to channel A. He flashes out. And they continue to commit to the dive. They're on Lysandra still. The tower is still hitting Scion. Katarina's really low at this point, but Fiddle is now dead as well. I'm still full health under the tower. I want to say Scion is still tanking. Lysandra kills Katarina. That's pretty much the important thing here. Lysandra kills Katarina. Then they kill her. So now look at this, Ox. This is now a 4 versus 1, and I'm the only one alive still. Scion is still tanking the tower. I think he will continue to do so for quite a while. But now they have 4 tanks and all the crowd control in the world to try to kill me under the tower. Scion starts to channel a big knock-up in this area, so I realize I have to try to get out of it. Thresh is throwing a hook at me, but he hits the minion. I flashed anyway to make more room, so I get out of that for sure. Now Scion is still tanking the tower, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna hit Scion. I have been Nautilus crowd controlled right here. Tom Kench is finally coming back at me. And I'm like, okay, I can kill Kench. Kench is so low, I can get him. So now I'm about half health. The tower has finally stopped hitting Scion because he walked out of range. And Lysandra had damaged the Kench, so it actually created the Kench. This is a Kench zombie clone that's on our team, and it's going to explode on them and do damage, which is good for us. Thresh keeps me hooked here, but now Nautilus is tanking the tower. Scion is channeling another knock-up. I don't think I can get out of it this time. And I'm just like, okay, I gotta... Oh, I hit him with my... I throw my blades that knock everybody out of the path, and I actually hit him and Thresh, pushing Thresh away from me, stopping the Scion Q from charging to maximum. Nautilus is still tanking the tower. So now I see that Thresh is low, and I try to hit him, because I'm like, okay, I can kill this guy. He dies, and now he was already still hit with Lysandra's thing. He turns into a little Lysandra ghost. He's now going to explode on these 2 teammates. Nautilus is still tanking the tower. Now I turn onto the Scion, and I need to just try to catch my axes. Scion breaks the channel on his Q. He doesn't hold it long enough to actually get a knock-up, because I think he thinks I'm going to get out of it. And Nautilus is still tanking the tower. Scion has 40 health. Nautilus has 500 health. And I have 300 health at this stage. And I'm going to kill Scion. Scion, when he dies, turns into his own, kind of ghost that he still gets to control. So I know as soon as he pops back up, he's going to kill me. So now I have to turn onto the Nautilus and try to kill the Nautilus before the Scion revive passive goes through. And I get the kill just in time. The Scion passive now pops. He's going to kill me, but that doesn't matter because his minions are trapped over here fighting one of our super minions. So he can't really hurt the tower. His only option is to kill me, which he does. Then I think he's going to hit the minion wave because there's nothing better for him to do. But yeah. So that was really just this insane thing where, if we go back and we watch that in real speed, the reason I was laughing with Vex about it was because I was like, look at how look at how long this fight takes. It's such a, like, protracted, ridiculous fight. Yeah, I think they only ramped to 3 Vex, so it was just, like, it capped at a certain point. Like, look how long I'm alone fighting all of these guys under this tower for. And it was just like, this actually insane that I turned that fight around. And just managed to save our tower right there with almost full health on the tower. That was just an actually insane series of events that I should not have lived through. And I was laughing with Vex because I was like, oh god, I'm like the only one who, like, Vex is the only one who would understand. Oh god, oh god, oh no, oh god, oh god, this is miserable. Oh, I've killed one. Okay. Oh god, I'm dying. Oh no. Oh, we're in it. We're so back, chat. We're so back. We can do it. We can do it. Oh, we can do it. It's so close. Oh, we got it.
Red team has scored an ace.
So it was just like this like tiniest of margins. Amazing fact that I made it through that. That was quite wild. And yeah, it's awful, right? So it is. That's an awful name. Sandpaper thing. Terrible. Miserable. Yeah, I think that the tower should get stronger just to stop tank dives. I actually don't know if it's different on Summoner's Rift. I don't know if this is an ARAM mechanic. Because ARAM is different. And it might be a different ARAM mechanic because it's just meant to try to give melees a better chance of winning in ARAM. So, a little unclear there. But yeah, that is awful. Ox, it's bad. That's pretty bad. Both the flash and saving your E to stop Scion Q were amazing. Yeah, her killing them all there was also really important because now they don't get to kill our team's turret and probably get the inhibitor too. Yeah, basically, this is their best opportunity to, like, stall this game even longer. And because I managed to, like, just live so long, despite my team getting blasted there, I basically stopped this game from getting worse for us. And that allows us to then, like, march back out without enemy super minions on the field here. And so it was just a really important fight that I won in a situation where, like, pretty much everybody would look at that and just be like, well, this is a losing fight. Yeah, the replays are bugged in that way, Vex. But pretty much everybody would look at that and say that was a losing fight, and there was no way that she should win that, and I was actually came through. But yeah, we just had Blitzcrank was landing some good hooks, and we actually had enough damage to follow it up. And I think we had Graves going a really true glass cannon full damage build that I think he could get away with. But then we had me with my dumb, like, heal tank build. Just kind of, like, constantly trying to throw damage on them and be, like, slightly too tanky. And just, they could not stop the amount of damage that we were throwing out, but also just the amount that I healed really let me sit in the middle of these fights in a way that, like here, I'm getting focused, but like the fact that I survive anyway is just funny, because in most situations, the character I'm playing should not survive in a lot of this. And as Vex has said here, I am kind of a rage bait Draven. I should be a squishy champion that they want to pick off. And then Katarina just flashes for me. And then I'm like, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do about this. She wanted that too badly. And it didn't matter. My team was going to kill her anyway. And they bring it home for us. So it was quite an insane game, honestly. But yeah, I think that, like I said, Vex, I think too many people don't value like weird survival lady carry builds in ARAM. I think you can get away. I actually think it's optimal to build like this sometimes. And I think this is one of those games where if I had tried to just build this build, I don't have the mobility that Graves has. So like I'm toast if I do something like this, which is a viable build for me. This is actually an incredibly viable build for me. But like I both recognize my limitations. I'm not good enough for that build. And also I'm going to just be like face first in these tanks for so much of this game that I'm going to build this weird build instead, and it's going to work out for me in the long run. So there's something to be said for doing stuff like that, as being creative and playing to your own strengths, as opposed to doing the air quotes optimal thing that people think you should be doing, because sometimes it's better to do what you're really good at when you know you can't quite get away with doing, again, the optimal thing. But yeah, so... Ooh, what a day, what a game. We are going to look for a raid now, because I am pretty much out of gas. Let me see, does the league setup have... What audios does this thing pick up? It does have Discord. Client league game, cool. Maybe we'll come up with a tier list for your next stream. I would have said, do pizza types, Vex. Pizza types, you're going to get a much better list than pizza toppings. I am not a pizza topping enjoyer, so you're going to get a really, really jank garbage list from me if you ask for that. But yeah, so pizza topping is going to be really boring in my opinion. Okay, well, first of all, I guess we're going to switch our category back to Minecraft. So then our thingy will actually recommend people playing Minecraft. I was like, oh, I see a lot of League of Legends, which is understandable considering we're in the League of Legends category. We'll bring up the Minecraft, though. I was going to raid in League of Legends, I know who I would raid. One of the oldest, again, another one of the oldest streamers I follow, that I have been following. They are not the oldest streamer, but I've been following for them for the longest time. Oof. So but they have over 100 viewers, so I try to raid smaller people, to be fair. Just because it's more, I don't know, feels more fun to raid small people rather than commit my exciting small crowd of viewers to a 100+ gang. Because I'm curious if any of us really even go to streams that are like that big. Are any of us hanging out in like the couple hundred viewer zone streams, or the bigger you get into the thousands of viewers? I generally don't. I only watch like 1 or 2 streamers that have like actually huge audiences. Do 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 do. Griffin is the biggest streamer I watch. He's occasionally over 100. Yeah. Griffin is cool people, cool times. I go sometimes, but I only talk in friend ones. Gotcha. Do 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 do. Let's go. We're browsing. See if anybody jumps out. It's always a bit difficult, I think, sometimes trying to find somebody to go raid, just because you have to like try to briefly decide, does this seem like a fun place to go? And obviously it's worth it because I have met some very cool people by raiding. But there are definitely times too where you're just like feeling a little cooked, a little tired, and not finding a lot of people.
It's so uncomfortable.
Oof. I actually think not really seeing anything. I'm pretty tired today, so I think I will let us go into the void today. I gotta wrap it up. So like I said, I have work tomorrow. So thank you. Okay. I'm curious, Ox. What have you got for us? Okay. Copy this. Not Leroy Tankins. A very obvious Leroy Jenkins reference.
I need some cobble. Oh man, cobble's gonna be the thing. I think I'm fresh out. Slayer, do you have cobble? I got a smidgen, but I do not have a lot.
Yeah. I'll agree, Ox.
I do have deep slate, which is nice.
He seems pretty chill.
Slabs.
I'm not gonna lie. I do enjoy people who are pretty chill.
Interesting.
So
Well,
we'll go ahead and raid there.
that is interesting.
Oof. But yeah, so thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it.
Cobblestone.
I should be able to see you all again. Yeah, we have a Discord. Join the Discord. It's a fun place. We do lots of fun things over there. We'll be posting our tier lists over there. Hunting new tier lists to do. Fun times. So if you'd like to join, we'd love to have you.
Here.
Otherwise,
Donkey.
I will see you all again on Friday. And so, yeah, I'll see you all again on Friday. I'm not sure what we'll be doing then, but should be fun. Today was a lot of fun, and I hope you all have a great evening, great rest of your week. And yeah, so have a great night, everybody. I'll talk to you next time.